Hello and welcome to the Board Plays Dictator stream, dictated by BelCat for Kerbal Space Program. Under the guise of that it's a game she has really wanted to see, but hasn't seen yet. So, Kerbal Space Program. Nominally, it is a simulator. You effectively run a space program, so think NASA or JAXA, the Japanese equivalent, for a whole planet. The planet has a unified government. And your aim is to take it from the original days of making an upgoer, making a rocket that can exit the atmosphere at all the way to being able to send manned expeditions out to the equivalent of Jupiter and its moons. You've got a couple of mechanics. You've got money, reputation, and science, but we'll go over those in a bit more detail as we go in. So, new game. No, we will have Bel Air, and we will, for the sake of getting to show Bell as much as possible in the 2 hours, ramp up these a bit. And you can say filthy casual, and I will happily accept that. And what flag do we want for Bell? Capsule? We'll go with capsule. So this doesn't really affect too much except your in-game logos and flags. Okay, they're giving us the basic rundown. So this is the buildings that you own. You've got a runway for airplane type things. You've got a launch pad for upgoer rocket type things. You've got a communications array. You've got your quest giver. You've got hangars for building both airplanes and upgoer rockets. You've got the astronaut complex for hiring more astronauts. You've got the admin building for adding special effects that modify the way you interact with the 3 resources in the game. And you've got R&D, which is where you spend your tech points to unlock higher tier tech stuff. The 3 resources are money. I forget what they're technically called. They're like Kerbal dollars or something, but just money. Reputation. So this is how respected your space organization is. And science, which is effectively research. You can use this thing to help convert one kind of points into the other if you really want, but we're going to be mostly ignoring that. Now, what's the sort of idea? Well, the basic idea to start with until you work out your own sort of goals is that in the mission thing here, it gives you certain quests. So we get given a quest, for example, to gather some science from around Kerbal, or to launch our first vessel. So what does this one want? It wants recover or transmit any science experiment data from Kerbal. So their planet Earth is called Kerbal, and they're Kerbals. To achieve this goal, we're going to accept that mission. We're also going to accept the launch our first rocket mission. How many missions you can hold at a time? Starts out as a maximum of 2. There's only a couple at the moment. We'll get more once we've done these first few. And it grows, well, you can upgrade the buildings to let you build better stuff and to have more max missions at the same time. This is the designer. You love how dumb we look? Yeah, they're meant to be idiotic little things. So we'll have the BelCat one. And for the first one, well, we start out without very much tech, so we can't build a lot. We will grab where is capsule? On the capsule, we will shove some goo modules. Yeah. Now, in here you pick what kind of parts you're adding together, how they connect, how many of them, etc., etc., how they're oriented. 1, 2, and then we want another set. There we go. That'll do. And that'll do for our very first one. Our first rocket isn't actually going to go anywhere, maybe. Well, Maybe we'll go at least a little somewhere. We will want then a parachute. And we'll do we even have detachers? I don't think we even have detaching things yet. So we'll just do the most basic of baby engines. Save. We've got the BelCat 1. And I think we're good to go. Take it to the launch pad. Now, how do you earn money and rep and science? Well, those quests we got, for example, gather science from around Kerbal, have rewards for those 3 resources. And if we use the mystery goo to take observations of the mystery goo on the launch pad, we will have collected some science from around Kerbal. So we're going to do that. 2 will do. We'll also grab a crew report. That's another kind of science. Turn on our automatic balancy crap. And then we're going to do a little itty bitty baby rocket flight. Now the game has all sorts of... Oh, we're pointing the wrong way and we didn't put separate stages on our parachute and rocket. So we were trying to rocket along with our parachute already open, but it didn't hurt us. It's got all sorts of built-in real physics. Gravity affects your spaceship. The further away you get from the planet, the less gravity affects it. There's air resistance, so you can see there's an atmospherometer here. When you're in the lower atmosphere, you get more air resistance than at higher in the atmosphere. That helps reduce the maximum speed that your rocket can realistically go in the atmosphere. It's going to affect how you are going to want to plan your rocket's power output curve so that you aren't spending excess fuel trying to go faster than is reasonable in the atmosphere, but you still don't want to go up really, really slowly because then you're spending fuel to basically hover. Yes, we should get our other goo reading, this is true. So we're going to get a new goo reading whilst we're in flight over Kerbal, while flying over Kerbal. And then we wait patiently for it to land. Now there's an in-game speed up. How quickly you can speed up and down depends on where you are. When you're inside an atmosphere-like thing, you can only speed up to about 4 times by default. If you're out in outer space, then you can speed up to hundreds and tens of thousands of times the normal speed. Additionally, our crew can jump out of the spacecraft and go do things. Like he could go plant a flag and do things like this, except that we haven't unlocked flags and ground samples and stuff yet. So it's just showing you what he does. So he can come out and jump around, and he's got a little booster backpack which doesn't do anything useful on Earth because it's not powerful enough. We will recover him. And then we will hop into the tracker, and you can see all the spaceships that you've got at the moment. And what we can do is collect... Oh, wow. It's also got the parts from the other one. Oh, no, that's showing the other missions. We can look at the other one, and we can say to recover it. Why do you want to do this? Well, one, because it's got all the science stuff on it, and that's how we actually get the science. So, science gathered, science gathered, science gathered, science gathered, science gathered. But also you get money back. So, in the same sort of way that in the real world, we reuse rocket parts from some of the orbiter boost stuff. They will reuse parts that they collect successfully, and so you get a refund. It helps give you more money. We can see we collect 4,300 odd worth of Kerbal dollars. Now, how do you exit here again? I've forgotten. There. Huh? Oh, yeah. Timer should be going. True, although I suspect I'll be playing rather more than 2 hours. I love this game. It's not going to be hard to twist my arm into playing slightly more than 2 hours. Okay, so we should have completed our first quests. Let's go look here. Yep, contract parameters complete. We earn our 7,000 extra dollars in science and prestige for completing that quest, for launching our first vessel. And we've reached some new milestones. We've launched our first vessel. And we gathered science data from Kerbal, so we got some more money. And so if we go now and look at the quest giver place, we get all sorts of quests. Now, I played this game first originally back before they'd even introduced the space tourism mechanic. So the way the game very, very originally worked is it was basically just science and money. I mean, there was effectively this, but there wasn't all of these quests that I consider largely busy work for take space tourists to a flight to the top of the mountain, or take space tourists on a trip to the moon, where rich people literally pay your space program to, you know, be given the equivalent of a plane ticket, but on a spaceship to go visit the moon or something. I mostly feel like that is busy work to earn money. If you enjoy it, great. I don't. Part of the reason why I've turned up the money earning. How old is this game now? Was it like 2005? It was in early access for a long time. Kerbal Space Program, Wikipedia. $15? That feels nowhere near old enough ago. Originally available on storefront in 11. Yeah, so over 10 years ago. 05 was too much, but more than 10 years old now. Additionally, there are also, so in addition to the space tourism money-making stuff that I find grindy and boring and don't like, they also now have parts testing stuff, which I can kind of get behind a bit more than that, where you are asked to go test certain parts under certain conditions. So it might be test a parachute while traveling at X speed in X location. So have a really, really fast rocket traveling and test the parachute on the moon, and then you'll earn money for that. That's, I think, a bit less grindy than the space tourism stuff, but I still don't particularly like them. We're going to accept a new mission to get out of the atmosphere. Instead of just flying around inside the atmosphere of the planet, we're going to try and grab a mission to get all the way out. Are there any other sensible ones? Take a crew flight report. No, I don't want to do it near a set location. I hate that crap. We'll just take the other one for do an orbit. Now, we gained a whole lot of science by doing the thing that we first did, and we can go spend that in the tech zone. There's a whole tech tree. You slowly unlock more and more advanced parts. We start from all the way back with parts back in the equivalent of the Mercury programs, and you will get all the way to modest future tech. As the parts get bigger, they tend to get more powerful, more useful. Things like better and better solar panels, better and better automated, the equivalent of like computers and stuff, bigger and bigger fuel tanks, better and better aerodynamic parts. But anyway, we're going to unlock basic rockets, which gives us a bigger version of that little rocket that we used, an actual real engine. Boop. A new science part, the thermometer, so we can collect even more science, and importantly, the decoupler. We've got a little bit more, and so we'll grab bigger and horizontal decoupler, or no, we'll go with the pressure meter, because the pressure meter will let us grab even more science. No! That's my fault. They put the button right near the edge, and I accidentally clicked no game. Boo! Come back, Kerbal. It is a game that is nice and autosaves fairly frequently, so we won't have actually lost much in the way of progress. Your astronauts can totally die, so if you try and make a spacecraft and you forget to put on parachutes, or if you accidentally trigger your parachutes early, or you don't give enough fuel so your ship can't get where they need to go, you can totally end up with dead Kerbals. It does take a while to start up. Get back to it. Bel Air? Yes. Okay, so it remembers that we collected all the science and we just go spend the science again, which was this one, this one, this one, and I decided on this one. And now we make sure not to click kill rocket. We'll also go take a look at the space plane one, mostly just so that I can collect some more science. Now, in theory, we're meant to create an actual plane here, not a... Well, that's an interesting view, but whatever. We're meant to create an airplane here, but what we're actually going to do is create something that does nothing but sits on the launch pad and lets us collect some more science data, so that we can harvest some more science and then build a better real rocket. The space planes are cool, but they're functionally end game or late game tech. They're not really a thing that you can make at the beginning. Because hell, we can't really make them now, let alone in the 60s and 50s. Okay, that'll do. This can be the BelCat 2. Launch it. And then we do the same sort of thing where we harvest all the science, except that this is a different location. How many locations there are depends on the planet. There's also moons and stuff, but let's just go with planet for the moment. So on Kerbal, there are lots and lots and lots and lots of them. There's grasslands, highlands, mountains, the sea, the Arctic, log temperature, lower atmosphere, upper atmosphere, and you are nominally meant to send spacecraft with either Kerbals or unmanned ones to each of the locations to gather each of the kind of science data from absolutely every single zone. And if we can do a crew report, and we'll call that done. We didn't go anywhere, but we practiced launching a space plane, and we earned ourselves another extra 20 science. Yeah, we collected all the science data. We were good scientists. So let's just get this one. Wings, nose cones, and more importantly, the radial decoupler. This is going to be the big way that we get out into real space. So we make our next spacecraft, which is going to go actually out into space. And actually, we'll do one more thing for the sake of Bell. Don't save. We will go higher. Oh, wrong one. We will go hire another Kerbal. Can we name people in here? I'm sure there's a way to name, but we'll hire Valentina, a girl pilot. Oh, she's already hired. Okay, I'm used to having to hire more, but you start with 4. And then we can use Valentina. The rename is via F12. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's have a look. Control plus F12. Not as far as I can tell. Alt? No, that's console. Anyway, it's not a big deal. If it was easy, I'd rename it Bell. So, let's build our first one to go outside of the atmosphere. We finally got the decoupler, and we also have more science ability. Boop. Chuck on another pair of you. A pair of you. A pair of you. A nice parachute. Now, these might be too far on the outer edge. We might even see the problems with heating. So I said that there's a real, or very vaguely real, aerodynamics simulation. There's also a vaguely real heat simulation that happens. If you try and enter the atmosphere at too steep an angle and too quickly, you can totally have your spacecraft burn up. Individual parts each have a heat tolerance. And how hot they get depends on how exposed they are to the flow of atmosphere. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a decoupler. So I want that. And let's grab... fuel tank, fuel tank, fuel tank, fuel tank, an engine, another decoupler, where do they live? Here. And then big solid rocket booster. Drag the whole lot up a bit. Yep, that looks good. And then how many parts am I allowed to have at the moment? So, because we only have the most basic version of the both rocket assembly building and the launch pad, there are limits on how many parts our rocket can have and how big and heavy it can be. We're actually almost there for the mass one, but we're nowhere near the parts one yet. Let's add in... some nice stabilizing wings. And then maybe some little baby boosters. If it doesn't make us too heavy. It makes us a little bit too heavy. What if we cut back the fuel a bit? At that point, they're mostly empty. What if we only do 2 instead of 4? There we go. Now we're under the weight limit. We could even maybe chuck some legs on our little landing thing. Except now we're slightly too heavy, so we will dial back this solid fuel a little bit. There we go. And this can be the BelCat 3. Save. Reset all our staging to make sure everything's alright. So I want the little ones and the big one to operate at the same time. You put them in the same little bubble here and they will start at the same time. Then I'm going to detach the little ones. Then we're going to detach the big one here. Then we're going to activate the upper engine. Finally, we detach our little module from the fuel tanks. And lastly, we activate the parachute. That all looks sane. Save, go. The sideways goos are heresy. That's how I almost always do my goo things. Oh, I didn't do... Nope. Back to the recover. We wanted to use Valentina. That's my bad. Sorry, Jebediah. You are... Nope, not allowed. Let's load... Oh, it even remembers the BelCat 3, so we don't need to... We don't need to ask it to load it. Except I've stuffed up. Come on. Recover. 0 fatalities, deaths shed. You have to remember, I am a qualified aeronautical engineer. So we go back here and we make sure to use Valentina for Bel's sake. So in here, you can manually assign not you. Instead, we want Girl Kerbal. That may yet change, though. We may yet lose some people. Okay. Both kinds of control thing. Ready, steady, cook. Drop off the little ones. Alright, now what can we speak about? You've got throttle control on the left here with a little bar. You've got G-force, which is effectively how much you're accelerating, on the right. It tells you your speed relative to whatever object you're orbiting around here. it will give you this little gyro ball, tells you which direction you're pointing relative to that object. You've also got your altitude-o-meter and your speed at which you're going towards or away from the surface radially o-meter. Oh, we're out of fuel, so split off, start the next sector. We're going to want to try and turn over at least a little bit. I don't think we'll have quite enough fuel to do a full get into orbit, but I might be wrong. Let's enter into the view outside mode. And here you can see your orbital loop. So at the moment, our orbital loop is like this. We're going to land back in the ocean over here. I'm trying to push it out so that we can orbit all the way around, but I suspect we won't have quite enough. I actually need to point up a little bit more as well. We won't have quite enough fuel to manage that. X cuts all throttle, and Z is max. I tend to just use slide up and down. Woo! That's probably high enough. In any case, we should grab some science now that we're... Well, wait a sec. It will change the music when we're technically out in outer space. Yeah, there we go. And so, Valentina is the first Kerbanaut to officially go into outer space. Collect science. Collect science. Collect science. Collect science. Collect science. Collect science. Make sure I grabbed a crew report. Yep. Cool. Boost. See if we can get all the way to a full orbit, though I doubt it. Now what I should do is wait till we're at the maximum height point. One small step for women, yep. So let's wait a little bit. And then go again. No, we didn't quite have enough fuel. And we might come in a bit too hot and end up with her dying now, because this is a very steep inwards trajectory. If you die, I'm sorry, Belle. Okay. Come back in. Let's split ourselves off from the fuel tank at the very least. Face ourselves into the problems. At least she's smiling, eh? She's happy with the way things are, at least for now. Career, but with boosted stuff, Skywalker, so that we can show off some more stats, or some more of the parts and what you actually do in the 2 and a bit hours. 2 hours minimum. I'll probably end up playing for like 4 or so before we call it quits, because I do love this game. Speed up, speed up. Okay, now you can start seeing these parts with the little heatometer. This is telling us that these parts are getting too hot. You can even see them heating up. We've got little... So I need to point a bit more. Wait, am I pointing the other way? I might be pointing the wrong way. Yeah, I'm pointing the wrong way. Flip over. There we go. Now the heat shield side is at least facing into the problems. And it actually cares about that, right? So this little part is now no longer as hot, the pressure-o-meter, because it's not facing into the wind. It's still heating up because heat will transfer through all the parts. And now some of them are exploding because they're getting too hot. Like that temperature gauge on the top there is about to explode as well. Come on, don't prove me wrong. There we go. Who needs our landing legs? We only lost 2 of them. We've still got 2 landing legs. As long as the parachute stays, we should be okay. You can see all the beautiful stars. If we were on the sunny side of the planet, you could see all the planet stuff happening underneath us. We're now in the dense enough atmosphere that we're slowing down enough. I might as well turn off stabilization and let it auto point. We'll change our parachute settings so you can control when your parachutes go off, both the altitude they have to hit before they will go off and the pressure. Whichever one they reach first, they will go off at. We'll dial this back to like 600 and 0.3. And this is one of the things you can forget to adjust that will end up causing you to have dead Kerbals. If you start to send a mission to Mars, or the equivalent of Mars, and you leave your parachutes on the Earth settings, when Mars has a much, much weaker atmosphere, you can end up with your parachutes not deploying in time, and because of the weaker atmosphere also not slowing down your spacecraft enough that everything dies and explodes and hits the ground instead of parachuting gently. Speaking of parachute, we should deploy ours, so go. What else is there? You can also view things from inside the cockpit. You could do a full game playthrough where you never, like, only ever behaved as if you were inside your cockpits. You get all the information you would have normally. You've got your nav ball, you've got your surface speeds, you've got all your little dials. You can go full, like, I want to pretend I'm in a astronaut simulator. You can look out the window. But I have a lot of trouble with this view, so I'm going to stick in baby mode for babies. Exterior view. Alright. And we've safely landed 300 meters high in the Highlands. Can I please have my mouse game? What does it take for me to have my mouse? There we go. It lets me have my mouse. We might as well hop out and do an EVA report. Hop back in and collect this spaceship. Well done, Belle. You are the first woman to safely return from space. We get a whole bunch of science. Science, 135 science. Some of the parts back, not very many. Of our $500,000 rocket, we only recover $1,000 worth of stuff. And you've gained an EXP. We completed our contracts, no doubt, right? No, we only completed the get out of the surface one. We can collect some of this debris, recover, it's good money. And we'll see if we've got given any other sensible missions yet. Not quite yet. We've got to do a full orbit, it seems, before they'll give us the, like, get to the moon style missions. I've been very careful with those because I've accidentally exited before. We got more science. We can unlock some more points. We can unlock some more parts. So, bigger engines. We can get a flag, but I'm going to go with the thing that gives us even more science parts, the Science Junior, and then we're out of sciencey points, I think. No, we can afford one more. More aerodynamics, or better fuel tanks. We'll go with the fuel tanky and construction type stuff. Now, our rockets are going to need to start to being a bit bigger, so we'll upgrade our buildings. We can upgrade the rocket building, which lets us have more parts, as well as basic action groups. Rip a big chunk of our money. We'll upgrade the launch pad so that our rockets can be heavier, taller, wider. And we'll upgrade the tracking station so that we can see maneuvers and have greater range. So that was a feature that I'm totally not used to having to deal with, the communications range. In the current version of the game, you have to build relay effectively radio stations to make sure that your rockets going out into the far flung reaches of the Kerbal solar system can still radio transmit back to home base. Ugh. Do we get the pilot's last moments on camera? No, not really. It just explodes, and depending on what difficulty setting you're on, they can either respawn or be permanently dead. I think we're on a non-hardcore difficulty where they come back to life after a little bit. Okay, so we didn't have quite enough fuel, but part of that was because we had to keep under our old mass limit of 18. Now we can have rockets that are what? Not quite 10 times bigger, but almost 10 times bigger. So instead of the little baby... Go away, Delta VTools. Instead of the little baby side boosters, what if we went all the way up to big-ass side boosters? Two of them. Let's do our Delta V calcs. Maybe like 2 more. Please go away. 1 or 2 more little baby fuel tanks as well, and we should be good to get our first full orbit. Hell, realistically, even just changing the little ones up to big ones will be probably plenty, but let's do overkill. There's no kill like overkill. So I got the BelCat 4. Let's... Having proved herself before, good. Bel can also be the first woman and Kerbal to do a full orbit. Might be wise to put a heat shield on the bottom as well, actually. How do I convert back to... Here we are. Build. And where's the heat shieldo things? No. There we go. Save. Launch. This is when I realize I didn't double check the staging order, so let's... Yes, that's fine, that's fine, that all looks fine. Let's go! We have something that looks a bit more like a more modern rocket. Now the fins aren't just for show, like they aren't just pretty, they actually do help control your craft and point it appropriately, as long as you're in an atmosphere. In fact, parts like the fins and where you put them matter. Putting them at the back for rockets is generally preferable, rather than at the front. The game does care about stuff like center of mass, aerodynamic center, making sure that your aerodynamic center is in front of your center of mass if you're trying to be a airplane. The heck? Well, goodbye. We don't want you. We're pointing slightly the wrong way. We should be pointing to the right instead of the left if we can. Basically, it costs you less fuel to take off in the same direction that the planet is spinning. And at the moment, we're trying to take off against the direction that the planet is spinning a little bit. Only to realize he hadn't installed any way to get back. Yeah, that happens. Split off that booster, start the next engine. Okay, and now we roll over and start trying to get our orbit out and around the planet. Now that we upgraded our tracking station, we can also add in, I think, maneuvers now, can we? No, we don't quite have maneuvers, it seems. But we do have alarm clock stuff, and thank God that is now part of the default game. When I remember playing this game originally, the alarm clock was not a built-in part of the game, it was a mod you had to add manually. It meant that if you were running multiple spacecrafts out in the universe, you had to manually in your head or with a little notepad on the side, track what was getting where when, and make sure not to speed up time so much that you would accidentally go past when you needed to do a maneuver on your next craft. Let's slow this down and, well, a little more height wouldn't be bad. I tend to like pushing this height up to about 100k, which is excessive, but nice and convenient. Yeah, 95-ish will do. And then as we approach 95, we'll do our bit more horizontal boost. It might be that we need to upgrade one of the other buildings to do the maneuvers. Maneuvers also need mission control, okay. Echoing what I've just said, but knowing exactly which building we need. Come on. Point where you're supposed to. And up a little bit. That'll do. Boost, 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 boost. Change our view so that we can watch the orbit circle hopefully start spitting out the other side of the planet. Yep. Woo! Alright. Well done. Bel is also the first woman to successfully achieve full orbit. Let's hop in. Do some more science. Look at us sitting here talking when there's science to do. Maybe a crew report? No, we've already done that one. What about an EVA? Or we might not have an upgraded enough space thingy to do EVAs with people yet. Yeah. We haven't got an upgraded enough astronaut complex. So let's make sure we return safely this time. Point our rocket the other direction so that we slow down instead of speeding up. Going a bit far, going a bit far, going a bit far. I mean, I'm just going to try and land in the sea, Dorantanku. The sea is good enough. So wait just a little bit. Once I think we're a reasonable distance past that, we'll deburn. At least I think that's sea. It's a bit hard to tell, because we're on the dark side. Nah, it doesn't matter. It'll be a biome that I haven't done either way. So let's pull this in. Maybe not quite that much. Been a bit too aggressive on my pulling in the outer orbit. Once that's at like 40k, we'll do 50. That should be fine. Make an autosave. In case we accidentally kill Bel. Not Bel! Go. Speed up. Speed up. There you go. Can't warp faster than this whilst below this height. Part of the aerodynamics, as we said, is drag. So because our maximum height on this side of the planet is inside of the atmosphere, the other side of the orbit is going to slowly lose height here. And this is how you're supposed to safely de-speed your rocket. You have your rocket just kiss the atmosphere just enough that the other side of your orbit pulls in, and then maybe a second go round you fully deorbit. Rather than absolutely blasting in at a huge angle and smushing into the ground or burning up in against the atmosphere. It does, however, take more time, which is a little bit tedious. Yeah, this is known as aerobraking. You can do it on planets that have atmospheres. So Earth, you can use it against Jupiter. You can aerobrake around Jupiter. A lot of the... So Mars, one of the Jupiter moons is sort of Earth-like. Venus, the equivalent of Venus. Yes, not aerobraking as in dying. Okay, I don't really want to be connected to the rest of the rocket anymore, so let's split that off. Doesn't look like we're going to make it around a whole nother time. This is falling way too, well, not too quickly, but more quickly than allowing us to go a whole nother orbit. We might, however, land in the sunny bit. All that precious Delta V. Yeah, we wasted some money buying unnecessarily big fuel tanks. We could have maybe gone out to like a nice high orbit, but to begin with, any orbit at all will do. For triggering our mission objectives. Here we go. Orbit Kerbal. Done. Mission achieved. You can also track your in-game resources, so it doesn't matter so much for... Oh yeah, I better slow down and activate our parachute in a sec. It doesn't matter so much for manned spacecraft, but for drones, you absolutely have to pay attention to things like electric charge, because your drone needs to have electricity to be running. So if you don't give it enough batteries or enough solar panels, then eventually your little drone system will turn off and no longer be able to be controlled or send you data back for science. And you will totally design a spacecraft that's like Voyager with, like, to send a probe out to Jupiter and gather science with much, much, much larger solar panels than it needs to just keep its own computer going, so that it has the energy to be able to run the radio transmitter to send the data back to you, and for it to not have to, like, wait a day between being able to send you one little message, and then the next little message, and then the next little message, which can lead to some massive over-engineering for the sake of speed. Yeah, we'll extend our leggies. Ta-da! Doesn't do much for the water. But you at least get to see the landing legs. And we should do that science that we hadn't done, because we'd already done the outer atmosphere one. So this... Or does this count as flying? No, this counts as flying. So we'll wait until we're in the water. There we go. Crew report over the water. Not while I'm... I mean, she does have a parachute on, I think. I don't know how the parachute stuff works, because that's honestly newer than me. Like, I haven't played the game since they added in the parachute stuff. So there are features in the current version of the game that I don't have my head around. Water has the property of making things wet. I mean, you say that, but it's going to tell us that in a sec. So let's speed up time until we're about to crash into the ocean. There we go. We land, we gather our science. So the goo escapes into the water. Log pressure. Log temperature. Do the same on the other side. And we could do an EVA, but first let's tip over. Come on, tip over. Or don't you want to? You don't want to stay like that? No, it doesn't want to stay like that. Fair enough. EVA. Collect EVA report. I don't think a spacesuit was necessary for the water. Hop back in. Collect our spacecraft. All right, another first for Bell. Engineers adding stuff to already launch. You can build more parts? That is, yeah, not a feature that was around when I played this. Recover a vessel from full orbit. And we have a whole bunch of more science to play with. Check out if our... Here we go. And now we've got a mission to explore the Mun. In the grand scheme of things, we know very little about the moon. Let's see if we could explore it further. So what is the goal? Do a flyby of the moon, i.e. have a craft that enters the moon's sphere of influence and gather some data from that sphere of influence. They're willing to give us 100k if we succeed and 100-ish for an advance. We will accept this contract. Hop out. Upgrade this so that we get the ability to do controlled boosty stuff. We'll do this one as well so that we can have EVAs and stuff. But I think that's about all we need. What kind of cheese? Camembert. We'll spend our little bit of new science unlocking the rest of this tier of stuff, and then when we maybe get our first moon flyby done, we might be able to build something a bit fancy with the next tier stuff. Now, we're gonna go to the moon. We're gonna go all the way to the moon. What will we do? We will up this to 4 instead of 2. Yep. And then maybe add like 2 more fuel tanks. We'll just do 1. Let's have a look at that. Calculate our new delta V. I mean, that is a lot. That's almost at the stage where I should break this into 2 sections, really. Let's see how much we gain if we break it into 2 sections. It was 4.5-ish K when it was 1 section. Oh, that's the accidentally too big one. No, that's actually got less. Well, back to how we were then. Now, the parts all have mass, and that mass goes into a real calculation about lift, how much lift force you have. Different engines have different amounts of lift. As you unlock higher tech ones, they tend to have more thrust, more efficiency, i.e. they will use the same amount of fuel to produce this. Even if they have the same amount of thrust output, they can use the same amount of fuel to generate that thrust for a longer period of time. There's all sorts of kinds of efficiency. There's efficiency whilst under atmosphere, which is engine ISP, engine efficiency, under 1 standard atmosphere, ASL, or in complete vacuum, and that changes just like real rockets. The rocket simulation stuff is quite advanced. Like, this does a reasonably good job of being, like, introduce people to how actual rocket design would work. We'll make this the Bell 5. Make sure that Bell is still... Yep. Reset this. And let's have a go at maybe going by the moon. I think the staging must have been wrong. Maybe. We'll see if this works. Ready, steady. Can we get Bell to the moon and back? Not actually dropping onto the moon, but like passing by the moon and coming back. Go. Now it looks like I've gone a bit too ham and that we're going to start hitting the air resistance point. Once you get up to about 300 and a bit meters per second, you start hitting the Mach speed where you really get unreasonably high drag, and you're sort of wasting fuel trying to go too fast in the face of too much air resistance. You should just go slower and you'll lose less fuel to air resistance. Okay, split off. And then the next one. This looks like it's going to get us... Actually, if anything too high, I should start trying to turn over. Which I'm applying full force to do, but the rocket is big and long and heavy. Hey, Durandal. Welcome, welcome. There we go. We're turning over some. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, split off. Get pretty much completely horizontal. Activate engine. Try and get our orbit to be circular. And now we can show off the planned maneuver. So you can go add maneuver now that we've unlocked the ability. And you can use this to plan out your whole sequence of things. So like we could add a maneuver to go to this, and then you could add a maneuver from over here to then try and touch the moon. But I tend to just do one phase at a time at this stage. It also lets you know how long you will have to burn for. So at the moment we can see that I want to do the maneuver that I've asked to do in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and that to get this amount of total thrust out that we will need to do that maneuver, I have to have the engine running at full power for a whole minute. And so this means that what you want to do is basically when this time is half, i.e. halve your burn time, and put 50% of it either side of when you have hit this number. So because this is 1 minute, it means I want it to be at 30 seconds. So when this is about at 30 seconds, I want to start the burn, and that way half the burn should be on either side of the midpoint. In a hand-wavy way. Technically, because we're getting lighter as we burn, we probably want to move it slightly more to one side than the other, but splitting it dead in the middle is about right. For the sake of simplicity, for easy math, to make math easy... Nearly there. Slow our burn a bit. Okay, that'll do. We've got 1,000 delta V left. And now we can start thinking about getting to the moon. So we can look at the moon. We can set it as target. Now, different bodies have different planes. So, like, you'll notice that the moon is on this nice flat plane relative to us, but Kerbal has a second moon, min-moon, and it is on a different orbit. It is on a different incline. And so part of doing your thing will be matching its incline. The same is true of the planets. So if we go out to the wider Kerbal solar system, most of the planets are on the same orbit as Kerbal, except Dres here is on a bit of an offset one. You can see how it's offset relative to the others. And the same is true of Elu, which is nominally a Pluto-like equivalent from memory. So the planets of the Kerbal system are totally not Mercury, totally not Venus, Kerbal, the Earth equivalent, Duna, the totally not Mars, Dres, which I am not remembering, Joule, which is the Jupiter equivalent, and then Elu, which from memory is the Pluto equivalent. Anyway, let's plan our boost to the moon. So let's pick, I don't know, here, add maneuver, drag it out. And so the way you do this is you drag it out until it sort of vaguely intersects the circle of the thing you want. These little marks show you where you are at the point that you are closest to it and let you know how to move it. We can drag it around the circle until those marks would line up. We need to drag it in a little bit. And around a bit more. And there we go. That orbit will get Bel to visiting the moon. Drag in this a little bit. Because we would like our return orbit to come nice and close to Earth. Well, Kerbal. To equivalent Earth. Something like that. That will do nicely. All right, and then we can show off the alarm clock feature. Now, this is fantastic that they made this part of the base game. As I said, you used to have to either do this manually yourself or mod in this. And what you can do is say, create alarm, alarm at next maneuver, add, and now it will speed up time until it's time for your next boost that you've planned. And it will automatically speed up and slow down time in the appropriate way that you don't over boost it. Dres is based on Ceres. It might not have existed. Yeah, it probably didn't. I don't remember it. Please point prograde. We're going to want to be boosting. And then control. Point it. The blue one indicate that one indicates purely increase your orbit size. The blue one indicates where you need to point to do the boost that you've asked it to do that you've planned. So we want to do this when this hits about 10 now. Our boost we're going to need to burn for 20 seconds-ish. So we want this to be at about 10 when we start. There we go. You can see our outer orbit slowly approaches the orbital height of the moon. Slow down, because it's very easy to overjump. Woo! That'll do. Let's look at this. Make a save. So I would hate for Bell to get stuck in outer space. Quick save is fine. And then we will once again make a use of the alarm clock feature. We can say, create alarm when you swap into the moon. And then boost. And so once we enter the moon's sphere of influence, where the moon is the more dominant gravity source than Kerbal, it will slow down and stop time. Well, not stop, but slow down time from going too quickly. Here we go. Delete and close. So in like a minute, we enter the moon's sphere of influence. Stop. Here we go. Here's our moon. We can go do some sciencey stuff around the moon. So let's go take some mystery goo measurements around the moon, take some pressure measurements around the moon. The instrument reads 0. It's as if we were in space. The goo is less dense here. The temperature? Measuring the temperature of space appears impossible, as there's nothing to measure the temperature of, except the spacecraft and the thermometer. This is probably going to give the R&D guys something to think about for a while. Goo, pressure, temperature, crew report. You can do an EVA. First woman around the moon. Cool. Speed back up. Slow down. Come on, get out of the moon. I should be using the, okay, there we go. The sphere of influence change alarm clock, but whatever. And then here, add maneuver. We want to deboost. We want to drag the lowest point of our orbit to be just inside the atmosphere, like we said, probably about 40k. 70. A little more than 40 would be nice. Yeah, 65 is probably all right. $100, 150. Woo. That's probably perfect. So if we say warp to about here. We didn't get very close, Quintuple. We did not get super close to the moon. We barely technically touched being inside its sphere of influence. Warp to here. Let's point the right way. In fact, please point the right way. We might as well spend the last of our fuel helping deboost. Done. Split. And now we wait and hope that we aren't entering too hot. Oh, it's because of that stability. Actually, I might as well tell it to point. Retrograde is fine. Speed up time. Speed up time. Hope that all our sciencey parts don't melt off. Looks like we're gonna have some sciencey parts melting off. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, they're actually cooling. Let's get rid of the alarm clock. Alright, then we can fiddle with this, drop this back down to like 750 and 0.3. You'll notice that the parachute thing is red at the moment. If we were to deploy it, it would break. You have to make sure not to deploy your parachutes too early. And then it will go orange, where it might maybe break instead of guaranteed to break. And then finally it will go plain old grey, where it's super safe. Yeah, now it's orange, and then it's grey, so we can safely deploy it without worry. And we have another water recovery. Alright, full speed. We don't need auto stability stuff anymore. We can just let gravity do its thing. Slow down extra speed. Because if you have physics speed up on when parachutes and things kick in, it can cause problems. Heavy deceleration plus high speed equals not happy physics engine. Cool, and we land and we collect you. Well done. You've done the first moon flyby. And we get a whole bunch of science. And we get our money for completing our first flyby of the moon mission. 20 science, 30 science, 40 science, 50 science, 10 science, 30 science, 20 science, 200 and something science. She levels up. We get our pay. And now we can get a mission to... We'd like to go to the moon and stay there in a stable orbit. This isn't personal, it's science. We need you to perform a spacewalk while in orbit. This time, try to keep your helmet free of bodily fluids. We can't just leave the vessels in orbit, however. These things are expensive. Bring it back home. So, orbit the moon, go on a spacewalk, and come back. Sure, we'll have a go at that. And we'll see what parts we can afford with our new science from the first one. We can get the bigger engines. The teeny tiny engines for drones. Fuel interconnecty stuff. Aerodynamicsy stuff and bigger decouplers. As well as the stack couplers. I actually quite like the stack couplers. Bigger landing struts. What is nominally the moon landing can. Parts to make moon rovers, so you can make little rovers. You could totally send a drone to the equivalent of Mars that's like our current Mars rovers, where it's got little science things on it and wheels and it scoots around. And solar panels. I think we'll go with solar panels and the landing can. And I don't quite have enough for the big engine type stuff. So we'll have to make do with this. Landing can. And solar panels. Okay. Time for our try and orbit the moon one. So the Bell 6. How are we going to change it? How are we going to change it? We don't need that much more fuel and we would have been okay. How heavy is the aerodynamic stuff? And could we get bigger wings? Okay, so these wings are like significantly bigger, but they're also significantly heavier. Yeah, no, that's not worth the extra heaviness. I'd rather just have 2 sets of these. There, if we add in some more of these, we'll be able to, Oh, but these don't have control surfaces, is that the difference? Yeah, so the thing is, these ones don't have control surfaces. Fair enough, we get rid of these. Boom, boom, grab the ones with control surfaces. The Delta Deluxes are good. Let's have a look. Half as much weight, kind of. And yet even more... even more wing area. Yeah, those are better. I'll have to grant you that. So we chuck 4 of them on the bottom. And now these ones, you'll notice, have little ailerons on the bottom. And so you can use this to help point your rocket, rather than just keeping your rocket from spinning out of control. These ones will actually help us guide our rocket where we want it to go. We'll add in 1 more fuel tank. And maybe just a little bit of extra kick boost to start. So... nothing too extreme. Just a little bit of extra kick boost to start. Merge those. Then those break off, then those break off. Yeah, that's probably about right. Put tops on them? Ugh. Fine. There. Double check that it's Bell. Yep. Let's go! Ready, steady, boost. Drop off the little ones. Yeah, adding the little ones got us going a bit quicker, but also means once again we're realistically going too quick here. We should be going about 300, not 400. Attach. Try and tip over, which is a lot easier now that we have the, come on, tip over, which is easier now that we have the wings, although we're starting to exit the atmosphere. Come on, tip over. Maybe a case that I should have built a reaction wheel thing before we... There we go. Come on, point fully sideways. Alright, that'll do. Activate second big booster. Oh. No, please not so far downwards. Go. Come on. We're gonna need more up. I thought our up was a bit stronger than it was. There we go. Now we're not really falling again. Whew. No, I'm good, Java. And I have played this before, I just haven't really played it for 4 or 5 years, something? There are certainly a bunch of features that are in it now that weren't around when I last played it. The alarm clock wasn't part of it. Apparently your engineers can add parts to a rocket that already exists. Okay. Once we get out to there, we can boost the other side out a bit. Warp to here. If you would be so kind, game. Forwards. Go. Now both sides are outside of the atmosphere and we're safe. So we can set you as the target again. And plan our boost. Drag them towards each other. That seems about right. It's going to use up about half of our fuel. So, alarm clock. Create alarm. Next maneuver. Add. Go. Speed up till it's time to boost. Woo. That'll do. When it gets to like 100, we should really dial back the engine speed. Wait. Yeah, that'll do. So, warp until we're inside the moon's sphere of influence. Then we're going to want to drag the outside of our orbit into the moon. Crash collision. Wait. Yep, speed down. And so here, we want to drag this side in. Warp to there. Come on. I kind of wish this was the default. Okay, so we want to slow down, not speed up. You can hit the go to next in our maneuvers DV. Sorry, I don't know what DV is. Drag this in. And we'll even go a bit further than this. Get Bel maybe nice and close to the moon's surface. Now, I forget how close has to be. It depends on what planet or what body that you're doing, but I'm pretty sure it's probably less than 30. So let's boost to about here. Oh, these things are the DVs? And you think it says on the sidebar. Not that I can tell. I used to just basically leave the wiki open for doing that. Anyway. The same as Earth had multiple zones, so does the moon. And you can get you can collect different things of science for like landing in the big crater, then landing on the normal bits, then landing on the poles. There are all sorts of different zones. Let's do our science now that we're hopefully close to the moon. Yep, in space near moon. In space near moon. In space near moon. And these three. And a crew report. Now, we needed you to do an EVA, BelCat, so man up. Did we need to do a... Actually, let me make a save because I've forgotten all the buttons for unable to save. Resume flight. Hop back in. Make that save. EVA. Because I've forgotten all the buttons for doing this stuff. EVA report. Done. And now we just have to get back. Return to Kerbal from orbit. Okay, so hop back in the spaceship. Congratulations, Bell. And then when we get to the outermost part, we're going to want to reboost. Oh, didn't want to add up, I wanted to add out. No, that's the opposite of what I want. There we go. Yep, 60k is about right. And so then in here, kill that. Create alarm. Next maneuver. Do. Whew. Oh, please, Bell, we give you too little credit. Single-handedly piloting us to success. So I want to point slightly more up. Burn a bit. You are. We haven't used a single probe yet. Everything has been man orbits or woman orbits. Slow down. Woo, that's about perfect. So... in fact, that's if anything maybe a little too close. I will make a save in case that is a bit too close. But otherwise, boost till we get here. Point the wrong way. Deboost with the last of our fuel. Disconnect. Oh yeah, that's almost certainly too hot now. But we'll see. I mean, we have got our heat shield. It does good work. Nah, some of our parts are Gonna explode. What did we lose? We lost the goo containers and our legs. That's livable. We still get the majority of the science. And most importantly, Bel is alive. The snacks are also okay. Although I don't think... Are there snacks in this one? I think there's only snacks in the fancier modules. Okay, we can speed up. And deploy basic parachute. And speed up to about at 700-ish. Say 1,000. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow down. Oh, we're not landing on the ocean for once. I've unintentionally brought us down over land. Excellent, we'll get to do some free EVA. Yeah, all the parts that had fallen off of us. So, hop out. Grab another EVA report. Rescue you. And then rescue your vessel. EVA report from the Highlands. Jetpack. And let's recover the rest of it. Recover. Yes. 400 science. Crew report while in space near the moon. EVA report just above the moon's midlands. Atmospheric pressure in space near the moon. Temperature scan while in space near the moon. We lost the goos, admittedly, but c'est la vie. Okay, and with our new science, we can unlock the big-ass engines. Where's the big fuel tanks? Ah, these are further out. Aren't you the big engines? Here. Yeah, I think that's the big fuel tank. Then what else? Do I have an antenna? Yeah, we've got the basic one. We could add in the, I think this is the new thing that you need to do ground samples, but I'm not sure. Like, this wasn't in the game when last I played it. I'm going to grab that just to test out what it does. This is also new to me. I don't remember there being a cargo storage thing. If I only get one more... I think I'd prefer to get the aerodynamics nose cone launcher stuff rather than the airplane stuff. Okay. Do we have new mission? Explore the moon. Our exploration of the moon is going according to the plan. We must continue to unravel its mysteries. We have enough data on the moon to attempt a landing. Or we could stage one. It's up to you. Walking on the surface of the moon is the next logical step in space exploration. Tripping, falling, rolling, tumbling, and skidding will also qualify. We'd like you to bring a vessel back to Kerbal from the surface of the moon. At least one scientist assures us that we won't bring back any harmful contaminants. Oof. So, land on the moon, walk on the moon, return to Kerbal from the moon. Get huge amounts of money, science and prestige. Well, reputation, but it's functionally prestige. We will accept that contract. Again, all these other ones, lots of them are either test parts under certain conditions, do space tourism, take certain people certain places, or like ferry tourists to... Where do these people want to go? This tourist wants to do a flyby of the moon. This one also wants to do a flyby of the moon. Plant a flag on the moon. We want you to plant a flag on the surface. Yeah, we might as well take that mission if we're going to do the normal moon mission as well. Okay. Rescue ones are fun. I always found rescue ones tedious because matching orbits exactly is tedious. At least I find it tedious. Certainly without the like autopilot mod thing that used to be able to say, please do match this exactly. A free Kerbanaut. They're not that expensive. Anyway. This is when we can mention that there are different types. So pilot, scientist, and engineer. Engineer can repair broken parts. So if a part got, like if your parachute had too much heat and got dead, you could have your engineer fix it. Scientists, from memory, they can clean, like they can help reset science experiments that you've used. And pilots have better auto control. And they level up their skills and get better at things. So like BelCat is a better pilot than Jebediah at the moment. She has one skill in piloting. Now, can we get Bel to the surface of the moon and back? Time to change over to the landing can. I remember this being a different color, but it seems to be the part that I think it is. For landing on and taking off of the moon, we don't need much thrust. We care about it having low mass, and we care about it having high ISP. So rather than picking these heavy ones that have huge thrust, 100 and something thrust, we don't mind this one that only has 10, but has a third of the weight. That should be fine for doing a landing, especially if it has a gimbal. Yep, it does have a vectoring, so that should help us land nice and safely. Chuck some legs on our lunar lander. These legs might not quite be long enough. I ideally hope we don't get Bel stranded because these legs compress and then the engine blows up touching the ground. You know what? Just to help make sure of that, let's add some extra legs. More legs will spring... The legs have suspension in them, so if you've got more legs, they will compress less than fewer. We are definitely going to want some parachutes. And we might have our first science thingy. This thing, Science Junior. Four of those. Four of those. Four of those. Some solar panels sound sensible. Yeah, I probably should have that. Do we have the, make aerodynamic payloady stuff? We do. So I don't think I need this because I can do this. You can alter their springingness now? What? No, there's only two things here. There doesn't look like there's a springiness setting. You might be playing with some mods, maybe, Skywarper. Yeah, this I don't know. After discovering that old snack boxes were also effective at storing mystery goo and data tapes, Kerbal scientists created the Experiment Storage Unit to help Kerbinauts bringing their valuable science back to Kerbin, while avoiding the hazards of re-entry, rough landings, and Jeb's piloting skills. Okay, so you can have this as part of your thing and then have all of the science modules separate to your lander. And go collect the science, shove them in this, and then bring them back down to the surface, is my guess. Let's say yes to at least one antenna. Yep. Some battery probably wouldn't be insane. I don't know how these work, how you have to assign them. That's new to me. As I said, wasn't part of the wasn't part of the game when I last played. We're gonna want some parachutes. Parachutes, 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 parachutes. Where are you? Am I blind? Utility, there we go. These we'll chuck on 4 of them, probably. Yeah, 4's probably a good number. Okay, retract these. Increment our number, we're up to the BelCat 7. Let's make our little aerodynamic fairing thingy. Oh, that's awkward. I don't know how that's going to interact with the legs. Oh, it doesn't let you if it intersects with parts? Yeah, it doesn't let you if it intersects with parts, so I can't do this because it hits the legs. Well, that's awkward. I mean, the legs are non-negotiable. We have to have legs. The legs are retracted. Boop. They'd be even worse if they were out. I could maybe, if we really, really wanted, chuck some structural members on the underside of here and then mount the legs on those. And then technically they wouldn't be inside the something like that. Then they wouldn't technically be inside the... There we go. Something like that. Let's see if we can add the fairing in like that. So we need a fuselage. No, we need a decoupler. The only thing is, I think this might rip the parts apart from each other. Yeah, the legs are causing us no end of trouble. I think we just live without the aerodynamic fairing over our launcher. Otherwise, the legs are causing us too much trouble. And then decoupler. Now this kind of means that we should change from these small thin rocket tanks into the bigger rocket tank. So decouple this stuff. Goodbye all of these. Do we have the big ass decoupler? There we go. Big ass decoupler. More big fuel tanks. Each one of these is worth how many of the little ones? Like 4. So even like 3 of these is a huge amount. But we also now have the big engine. The trouble with this is we can no longer have a central rocket booster on the bottom, Can I please... Come on, let me... Oh, it's not going to do that until like... Just a sec. We reconnect you on the bottom. Then we deconnect these side things. Delete this. It's now getting in the way. Kill off you. And then we can reattach these. But we probably need more of them now. There. How does that look? The thrust to weight is maybe a little bit high there. So probably not actually 8. Grab you again and change you down to 6. Recalculate. Yeah, that's more reasonable. Hell, even 6 is maybe a bit much there. 4? Yeah, that's more sensible. But we now have not quite enough total. So let's shove in one more big engine. As much as anything, this is because this engine, although it is big, strong boy, it is also not a very efficient engine. Unless they changed the stats on me. Yeah, only 320 efficiency in space. There is maybe a case for doing this instead of the big boy one. Going for the efficiency engine. Yeah, it's 350 in vacuum. The trouble is it only produces like 1/10 of the thrust. Let's recalc. That's hideously low. So I want these with those, then detach the little ones, then detach those ones, then activate this, then split that. These two still need separate stages. Also, you're meant to be a pair of 4. I think we're up to 8. Save. Let's have a look. How does that work for total delta V? Nowhere near enough. Yeah, we're gonna have to change back to the big engine. And add more fuel tank in. That seems, if anything, worse. Because these are ordered wrong now. There we go, that number's better again. Can it turn well? This is a fairly chonky boy. It probably cannot turn at all well. realistically. We've got the money, let's just add in one more fuel tank. I'd rather have far too much fuel than not enough. Okay. Double check that Bel exists, and how do we give her her, science module-y thing? Do we do it in here? Yeah, like that. Wait, you can add more than one? You can add lots of them. But apparently the limit is 4. Yeah, the limit is 4. They aren't consumable? Okay. 1 it is. Save. Double check that it's Bel. No, it tried to default to Jebediah. Absolutely not. Bel is the supreme leader. Double check our staging one last time. That all looks good. And you may need a scientist class to use it. Oops. Oh well. Maybe next time. Or can you have 2 people in here? I forget, can you have 2 people in that one? We'll go back to the here and see if you can have 2 people. If we can have 2 people, we'll go grab a scientist. No, it's only allowed 1 person, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've got no idea quadruple. It wasn't a thing when I last played the game. Ready, steady, boost. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nope, 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 nope. Revert. Okay, once you start getting big heavy rockets like this, you need to add in, recover, structural struts. Go, go. In the alternate timeline where we didn't have to safety eject Bel and waste money on this rocket, structural strutty things. So we do something like that, except that I want it to be... Oh, why isn't that working? Here to there. And then let's add in a whole bunch of those. Which one was the good one? This one? No. That one. There. That should give us the extra stability and extra control. Graf Otto von Straat. Everyone's favorite guy. Go. Nope. Well, it's staying more in line than it was before. I still wouldn't exactly call this good. We'll make do. This is why we have extra fuel. now we got the big-ass rocket engine. Okay. Start kicking over a little. Not that much. Come on, don't fight me, game. The aerodynamics is... Whoa! Really fighting us? Okay, no. We're gonna have to... Nope, nope, nope. We need more. We need more boost. We've had to revert 2 flights, Bell, because this new design isn't quite isn't quite up for it. Okay, so what are we going to do to make this a bit better? I reckon some of that would help. Part of it is that this and this is not the same size all the way along. And maybe another set of those wings. There. Let's try that. Go! Well, we definitely have a lot less tip over. Oh yeah, that is so much nicer than the last attempt. So we just needed some more wings on our little boosters. And making sure that these weren't decoupled as much. Split. Go. We are barely going up. Yeah, no, that's not enough up. We'll boost those first boosters out from 4 back up to 6. So, back in here. Hell, maybe even do 8. I thought it was too over the top, but apparently not nearly over the top enough. So we come back in here and we say, instead of just 4 of you, we want... Let's do 6. Or maybe do 8, but reduce the wings down to 1 set. There. Yeah, that thruster weight of barely above 1 is... is a scary number. It means you really need to be going up at high speed before you use only that engine. Go. Okay, lose those guys. Oh yeah, we're starting to hit aerodynamic speed braking. This should be a lot better. Split you off. Activate the engine. The heck? Could you maybe stop that? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Start turning over, but only a little. That's twice as high as it was last time. Oh, we didn't lose all that speed. Look, we're still going up at a reasonable rate. Okay. Now force that sideways. Woot up. So once we're there, please make the orbit vaguely circular. That'll do. So we can let a little bit of time pass. That's about right. Boost. Kick that orbit out to circular. Woot up. Lovely. Yep. Both of those are high enough. Next step. To the moon. Target. Drag it round till we get... No. Cancel maneuver. Let's try that again, because I accidentally pressed one of the wrong nodes. So, out. Just not quite that far. That's about right. And then drag it around. Does need to be a little more than that. That's about right. And now drag it around. Yep, that looks good. That's probably about perfect. It'll do pig, it'll do, and then we say alarm clock, create alarm. For the next maneuver, add, do. "30-second burn," so when the timer hits 15, we go. Woo. Go. I left it a bit late. Oops. And we're going to run out of fuel partway out of here and have to change over to the lander fuel. And now slow down. Woo. That'll do. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. And then boost when we get, or sorry, speed up on time until we get to inside the moon's sphere of influence. Okay, and then we want to drag this in. Not quite that much. A little bit more. Something like that's about right. Create alarm, next maneuver. I kind of wish you could set this to be default to maneuver. Add alarm, warp to next. So I want to point retrograde. So we want to do this when the time is at about 15 seconds. Woo. Power. Cut back because it's easy to overshoot. That'll do. Well, maybe a little more than that. Yeah, that feels about right. And then once we're here, we want to start slowing down. Warp to here. Retrograde, yes. Maximum power. And time to make a save. So I do not want to kill Bell trying to land on the moon. drag this really close in. Okay. Maybe not quite that close. Seems to think that we'll hit the ground there. Something like that. I'd rather be doing the landing on the light side of the moon. So warp to the light side of the moon. We're getting too close to the surface to be allowed to high-speed warp. Warp to there. We'll drag the other one in a bit as well. Oh, wrong way. So once this is down to like 6... Yeah, that's about right. Okay, and then wait till we're in a nice sunny location. And then we'll land on the moon, Bel. Yeah, we're still on the dark side too much. Might as well lower those legs now. Whew. I reckon we're in a sunny enough spot. We're landing in a great big crater. It's a cool place to land. I do wish it remembered how much you were zoomed in. Woo! No. Now we basically just need to point down. Okay. Save. And now it's about not letting your speed towards the surface get too high. Relative to your ability to decelerate. But neither do you want to go too slowly that you're spending lots of fuel to effectively hover. Come on, drag me back down, Moon. But a nice slow descent for this last little bit. And touchdown! Okay, we do our science. Material study from the moon's northwest crater. Mystery goo, mystery goo. Grab a pressure reading. Pressure scans from the moon's northwest crater. They say insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting a different result. You check the atmospheric pressure again anyway. Log the temperature. Do the same again. Do the same again. Now what you really want to do is have enough fuel that you can basically bounce around to multiple locations on the moon and investigate multiple locations. So at the moment we're doing this crater. You'd like to go do the big flatlands. You'd like to go do the polar regions. I forget what all the regions are. I used to know them at one stage. And I also used to have a better handle on how much fuel I'd need to get back to Earth. Okay, that should do. Let's go EVA. Wait, how do I give you your, How do I give you your... How do I give you your sample thing? I have no idea. Still, let's go do the other bit, which is... to the moon with Bell! And the all-important thing. So we got to line up our shot. Plant flag. Site name. Bell's Landing. One small step for a Kerbal. Now we can go get our shot. Print screen, MS Paint. I think we know what's going to be the episode cover art. Alright, can we do our sample stuff? No. And I am intrigued to find out, we're going to save the game, what happens if we ask to remove helmet on the moon? Okay, it doesn't let you. It doesn't let you explode your Kerbals. This is cool. This didn't used to be a thing when I played the game last. Anyway, you can run around, you can jump. Whee! It's the moon. And What was the button for? Was it Q? What was the button for... There we go. Now we got our jetpack. Then we can boost around using our jetpack. Because we don't have ladders and stuff. Like, normally what you're meant to do is build a little ladder so you can climb down to the surface, but we don't have that. We have to jetpack back into the station. Oh, I should have done an EVA report. Oops. If I didn't do that, let's go do that. So back out, jump off, EVA report. The dust is getting everywhere. Turn back on the jetpack. Hop back into the... Shh, come on. Oh, oh, oh. I was a bit too vigorous. Come on. There we go. Hop back in. Now, you can make dust angels? Yeah, you can make dust angels. Do we try and jump across to somewhere that's not inside the big-ass crater? I feel like we've got enough fuel to do that. So we'll have a go at collecting some science from another area. And what we can do is show off another feature, right? So we've collected science from these things. We can transmit it back to the ground station. So like if we go do log pressure, overwrite, we can transmit it back to Kerbal. And our little satellites come out and it uses our battery power and it sends the info. We can do the same with the temperature. The thing is, you don't get as much for transmitting it as you do for collecting it and bringing it back. Right? You get this amount of the bar for recovering it and bringing it back. You only get this amount of the bar for sending it. So you are better off bringing samples back to Kerbal. But for the sake of showing off the feature, we've done a couple. Now, let's see if we can't get out of the crater. Looks like we need a little bit more up. Take some samples from outside the crater. Something like that. Yep. Maybe even a little bit more. So warp to about... probably about there. Please stop fighting me. Yeah, we'll see. As I said, I've forgotten precisely how much fuel you need for getting back to Earth, but I feel like I've gotten back to Earth with 300 before. I might be misremembering. Yeah, here we go, from the Midlands. Take another one from the Midlands. Go do one more EVA. You look up and search the sky for Kerbal. Suddenly you feel very small. Grab, hop back in. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, nowhere near enough fuel. Nope, nope, nope. Where's quick save? Back here. I overestimated how much fuel. Maybe I was thinking of the min moon instead of normal moon. So we're gonna have to go straight home from here. Fair enough. No exploring more of the moon for Bel. At least not this trip. We'd like to be at least a bit flatter. Something like that. Good enough. Kind of. We need to boost once we're out there. Warp to next maneuver. And then we got to get back home. Okay, safely are in orbit around the moon. Next step, we want to kick the outside back to in here, I think. Yep, that's maybe a little too hot, but you get the idea. And then we say create alarm, next maneuver, go. Zoom. Slow down our burn rate. Slow it right down. 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000. About 55 is probably about right. All right. And then warp to here. Yep. And then warp to about here. Retract those leggies. Face the right way. Speed back up. Speed back up. And watch the aero braking happen. 10 mil, 9 mil, 8 mil, 7 million, 6 million, 5 million. We might need a second loop around the Earth to finish our aero braking. Yeah. Okay, a second loop is okay. Warp to here. It's better than coming in way too hot and exploding. Bell just gets to spend some more time in the module, eating the snacks. $5 million, 4 million. We'll spend the last of our fuel as well. Looks like we'll need one more loop. Maybe 2. Are we not high enough to warp a bit quicker? So how much are we losing per loop? It looks like we're losing about 200,000 per go round. So we might need 2 more after this. $400K. $300K. I'm gonna get all the way down to 2 before we exit out the other side. Yeah, we're down in the 2s. Doesn't look like we'll quite get to 200 though. Still, next go should do it based on that. Down under 200. Yeah, and now our periapsis is dropping about as fast as we move around. So you can see that this point is moving away from us faster than we are moving towards it. So we're definitely going to land now. We're big and heavy enough that I'm happy leaving the parachutes as is, rather than increasing the, or decreasing the minimum height that they trigger at. This is the nice and calm bit. Assuming you aren't coming in too hot. Speed up some even. Deploy those parachutes. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, slow down. Deploy the leggies. Speed back up. And we're nice and safely home again. Well done, Bel. First Kerbal on the moon. Oh. First Kerbal on the moon. Oh. Fell over because I left these on, but whatever. Pretend that hasn't fallen over. Recover vessel. Now, I think we'll do one more launch. We'll probably send a probe somewhere rather than trying to send Bel. Because even with this new science collection, I am unsure that we would have necessarily the stuff we would need to send a probe to, well, a person to the far distant reaches of our solar system. Where would you like us to send our last mission probe, Bel? We've got... the Mercury equivalent, the Venus equivalent, the Mars equivalent. I don't know about this one. We've got the Jupiter equivalent. The blue one. Off to Venus we are. That's going to be our target. Okay. What other parts are we going to want? Obviously the solar panel, so we grabbed the solar panels. Do we have a strong enough... Let's just boost this up so that we have a stronger telecommunication system. Drez is the equivalent to the planet that is now the asteroid belt. It didn't have a fun time. When someone asked Kerbal how to lift his house into space, this is what they came up with. I don't remember this being a thing. Sure, I'll spend on that. Bigger protective shell, because we did need that. No, I think what we probably want is the leggies. And maybe some torches. Okay. Yeah, color. Hey, it's your Dictator Bell. Color is a fine thing. So, this can be what? The remote bell? Oh. Why won't you let me type, game? The remote BelCat. The BellBot? I like remote BelCat. So we grab a unmanned module thingy. We give it a reaction wheel this time. Well, actually, we'll go a bigger one. Okay, no, that's huge. Sorry, no. Too big. That's acceptable, though. Give it some bonus batteries. We'll give it some... 2 sets of solar panels. One for when it's out in space and... Well, we can retract these ones. So, get the retractable ones. I'd like 4 of them, though. Very good. We're going to want a parachute. Lovely. Yeah, science module. Let's give it more of these than is sane. But we're going to want whilst high over it, whilst low over it, whilst in its atmosphere, and whilst on the ground. I'd rather have far too many than not enough. There we go. Like, ideally we'd have 3 of these as well, but 3 of these is maybe a bit too heavy. We'll just stick with 1. Can have the chonker landing legs. And maybe a couple of bonus parachutes. Yeah. Okay, and then on the underside, what do we want? Decoupler. No, that's the chunky one. Yep, that one will do. Oh wow, we got the really long version of this. No thank you. Well, how much Delta V are you, I guess, is the question. Yeah, I don't want to make it too tall. So this... And then we go up to the chunky fuel tank. The chunky engine. And we have even the chunkier one. Twice as much power output, even if it is marginally less efficient. Drag this up a bit. Okay. I like that so far. And then we want some early boost. We could even check out the one that I don't remember existing. So what is this thing? The Thoroughbred. Holy... Yeah, I don't think we need 8 of them. That is a big, solid rocket booster. I am pretty sure those were the biggest ones I remember the game having when I last played. Maybe just 2 of them? Even that's a cataclysmic amount of upgoing. Yeah. That should be plenty. Let's add some structuralness in, because these are chonky boys. That seems reasonable. Do we have any aerodynamics that will fit on the top of these? I don't know how much they help. Hopefully enough. Do we have one of the merging bits? Actually, can we... Yeah, we can do the big mergy thing between these two. Except that we then need a decoupler as well. Why can't I grab you? Oh, it wants me to finish doing this. Yes, that's fair. So we make our little rocket-containing Why won't you let me do this? What am I not understanding? That would used to work when I last played, as far as I know. Oh, okay, it wants me to go around the stack separator. Fair enough. There we go. Got our nice shroud that protects our remote BelCat. And then we can reconnect this. Save. We didn't put any transmitting on it, which would have been a big error. Here. Antenna. There. Save. Oh, it's too heavy. You're too heavy, BelCat. Let's drop the amount of fuel in this a bit. And a bit more. And just the tiniest bit more. There we go. Now we're under the maximum launch size again. Double check our... So this, then this. No, I don't want that quite yet. Like, I'll break that off when I'm happy that... So these, then that, and at the same time do the big engine. Or actually, no, we should separate them as well at this stage, so... Big rockets, then big rocket separator, then main big engine, then the shroud, because we should be in space, then break the big engine off from the little one. In multiple ways. Then the littler engine, finally separate it. Yeah, we like that. You've done too much lifting, you are too swole. You certainly are capable of heavy lift. This is going to go up at fantastic speed. Is she too swole to control? We may find out. Hopefully she's so aerodynamic that she doesn't try and zoom off course. Okay, split. Wait for them to not hit us. Start to bend over. Go. I'm sorry, what? Oh no, I'm just crazy. Cool, so rotate over. Good God, this thing drinks fuel. Holy moly, that thing absolutely guzzles fuel. Out here. That'll do nicely. Now we've got to be careful that we don't consume all our electricity. Also, if we're out in space already, we can dump this thing and turn on our solar panels. At least some of them. Cool. Boost till about there. Because there's nothing sadder than forgetting to deploy your solar panels and then having your your remote rocket stop working because it doesn't have the power to power its computer anymore. And good morning, Proto. Point where we're supposed to. Okay, go. God, it just gobbles up the fuel. Slow this back down. Slow back. Good. Good enough. Yep, let's deploy those satellite communicant thingies. Extend. Okay. Maybe the other one as well. Or do I save the other one? Well, we'll save the other one for if we start running out of stuff. Now, next thing. Set our target. So our target is you. Now you can do all sorts of stuff where you work out the optimum, like when this is at 6 o'clock and the other one is at 9 o'clock, you can do a perfectly optimum transfer without wasting extra fuel. Our hope is just that we have so much fuel on board that we're fine to do a non-optimum one. Add maneuver. That's going the wrong way. So we want to point that way instead. Yeah, something like that. You can even use the in-game tool to transfer. What? Oh, this is all built in now? You used to have to do this by hand. So I want to transfer to Eve. So how does this work? Can I just say, do it? Yeah, and it just does it. Wow. Oh, that is so convenient. Boost to then. So you're waiting around in orbit, Bell, for a year until the planets align to get our transfer orbit burn. Maybe I should have made our height difference a bit bigger. No, it looks like it missed it. Alarm clock, you seem to have failed me. Let's try this again. Eve. Create. Maybe because I didn't set the alarm time? I assumed it would make a manual one. There. Warp to next. But that's like over a year away. No, it thinks I should do it right now. Huh? Huh? Yeah, there's something I'm not getting about this new feature. Save. Really? Wasn't it for the next maneuver? Create alarm. Next maneuver. Add. Do. Okay, there we go. Maximum warp. I have to wait a little over a year for the next optimum transfer. Hey, Joe Pickles. The cosmic ballet rolls on while we wait. Yeah, you used to have to do all of these by hand, and you'd just use rules of thumb like you'd sit it like this and you'd say when you're here and this one's at vaguely 11 o'clock, you do a boost. And then you'd fine-tune it once you got there. The fact that these are all built in now is very convenient. That and the alarm clock didn't used to be a base game feature when I last played. Very welcome additions. We're nowhere near pointing the right direction. And our burn's meant to start in like 20 seconds. Yeah, power's fine. We got our solar panels out. Woo! Woo! Okay, that's about right. We're doing it a little early, but we're going to have to swap engines in a sec. We're no longer going to have the big boosty engine. Yep. 0 fuel left, so... Huh? Why can't we... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Little baby but extremely efficient engine. And slow down. Wait. We miss it by a little bit. Let's just warp until we're out of here. Reach outside the Kerbosphere of influence until we're within the sphere of influence of the sun. And then look at fine-tuning our approach. So what's the deal here? Looks like we need a bit more outside boosty. No? What do we need to make those match? Inwards boosty? How's inclination? Yeah, inclination could be better. They're not the same. We could line them up when we get over to here. If you click the blah icon on the bottom left, it'll show rendezvous parameters. I mean, there's a close button. I don't know what you want me to be getting out of that quintuple, sorry. I mean, that tells me the same thing as I can see from here. Or does it live update? No, it doesn't look like it live updates. Hey Darth Air. And welcome, Cal. I mean, like, we literally just changed it and it's not live updating. Look. Not live updating. Just to ram it home. Now. Can you learn this in under 2 hours? No. Unless you already had a Bachelor of Physics / Aerospace degree, probably not, Cal. You know what? We'll be lazy. We'll go do it over here when we match. So here, warp to here. At the very least, we can make ourselves match this here. control locked? Oh, are we too far away? We're too far away. No! What if we extend our other one of these? No, we're still too far away. Well, we're totally not going to panic. Return to the base and see if we can upgrade our transmit center again. Nope, this is as big as it gets. Well, that's on me for not having played the game since they really added in all of this you need transmitty stuff. I'm not used to needing it. So this is on me. I mean, one solution would be to go back to Earth and launch a giga communication satellite that just has like infinite amounts of transmit to be able to reach to here. But no, this is on me. I'm sorry, Bel. I tried to do what you want, but I'm not used to the newer patch of the game where you have to do this stuff. Back in my day, you could just have a connection to anywhere in the solar system. We almost get there. What does it let you do whilst you've got limited probe control? Not very much. We can get some readings from around the sun at least. Log. Pressure scan while in space high over the sun. We can scan this. We can take some temperature measurements. We can take some goo measurements. And we can take our science module measurement. And then we say transmit everything back home. Unable to transmit. Why? Oh, we don't even have enough to be able to well, we might be in range in Kerbal after another loop. Let's just see if that's true. No, it looks like we'll be too far ahead of Kerbal on the orbit. So you know what? Can we give this one up? Space Center. We'll scrap that. We'll give it one more go and see if I can't unstuff up. Because we would like to see landing on another planet. So we scrap this. Sorry, remote BelCat Mark 1, you're terminated. We see what there is in terms of adding in stronger transmitters. So load the remote Bell Mark 1. Except that we add in stronger communication. You'd basically need relay ones around Kerbin these days? Okay, then. Well, I'll spend a little bit more. What will we call it? Compath 1. And what it's going to be is essentially a pure communication satellite. We'll pretend that we're JAXA for a little bit, the Japanese Space Agency. They basically don't do any real science work. I mean, that's being overly harsh. They do real science work, but JAXA are predominantly a agency that launches commercial satellites. This, no, not that, sorry, this, because I'm an idiot. So where's the one that we just added? We're gonna have to kill it. Where is it? Kill it. I said kill it. There we go. Up. What are we going to want? We're going to want it to have nothing but antennas, basically. Antennas and battery. They do. They make a profit, Kaladin, unlike NASA. JAXA make a profit, which is impressive. So we want some big-ass battery. We want some solar cells. We do another couple of sets of battery, and then we add in approximately an infinite number of antennas. I don't like the way that these look like they're going to hit each other. Still, I guess we'll see. Maybe 8 of those is enough. Again, I have a reasonably good grasp on like how much of the other stuff I'll need for like getting to the moon and stuff. Like we did that fairly straightforwardly, but this I haven't really played with the game whilst it's been a thing. Little baby engine, a little baby fuel tank. Little baby fuel tank. Little baby engine. Decoupler. Medium fuel tank. Normal-ish size engine. We're not going to need all of this if it's just going to orbit Kerbin. No, 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 not those ones. The sensible ones. There. That's probably big enough to make a comm satellite. If we really wanted, we could put a shrouding over that. Very good. Except that that's too big. Whatever, that's weird, but it will, as long as it works, we're not going to complain. Some aerodynamic shapes on the end of these. These might count as hitting each other, I guess we'll see. Split that off from that. And see if we can create our Giga communication satellite. And then we'll send another version of the remote BelCat out, and if we can get it to work. Go. Goodbye. Start the next one. Begin rollover. Spurbal? Kerbal? Okay, we're close enough to in space to get rid of this. It's just wasted mass. Slow down. Try and circularize. Something like that. Boost to next maneuver. This is when I realize I haven't... Thankfully, because we gave it 800 million batteries, it doesn't matter that I forgot to open the solar panels. The Voyager 1 quintuple. It said in the builder that these ones were relayable. Okay, boost. Goodbye, big engine. Hello, little baby engine. Now, normally comm satellites are either in geosynchronous, low Earth, or low Earth orbits. Low Earth because they're cheaper to get to. Geosynchronous because they're easier to point permanent antenna arrays at. This should do. Deploy all those antennas. No. Extend. 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 You know what? I can't see, so my answer is just to spin you around till I can see. Extend. Extend. And extend. And then we hope that you living here expands our sphere of how far we can reach that the next BelCat remote works. So, double check that we did them all. Yep, we did them all. So, Space Center. Make a new remote BelCat. Hope that our wallet doesn't go dry whilst building it. So open the remote BelCat. Yeah, easy. Nowhere near going to run out of money. The only question is, is that relay station enough? And I don't have a good handle on that. When Blobber played, you didn't need to worry about this stuff. Like, I get it. It does make it more of a, like, career space program in terms of you slowly level up your space program's ability to send drones further and whatnot. But I don't know that I like this communications thing. I definitely don't like the having to grind money by doing space tourism and part testing and boop and meet certain orbits, rescue stuck Kerbals type missions. Like, I prefer just the science campaign. We don't need you anymore. Boop. I feel that the other stuff is basically just grindy. Grind money till you can do the science stuff that you actually want to do. Oh yes, let's make sure to give us your antennas. It was more a question, Skywarper, that like 90% of the missions that you get offered in the mission thing are test part, do space tourism, that it feels like it's bashing you over the head with them, at least to me. Like, you must interact with this part of the game even if you don't like it, is how it felt. That it's trying to bash you over the head with it. And then that, and then that. Okay, and then we've, been told that we can use... What was it? This thing, and then we want to join out to Eve. Please create. And then in here, we want... It looks like it's done it, but I'm not sure I believe it. Because last time it felt like it overjumped it. Maybe not the best view to be doing this in. There we go. That will make it less wiggly wobbly back and forth. Actually, we only barely have enough fuel for this. This feels too expensive then. Why is this so much more expensive than this? It's like twice the cost. If not 3 times the cost. It might get better once we're down to the little rocket. No, we barely make that. No, there's no way that's that. Back to looking at us. Let's recircularize. And try to get it to plot it again. They are also, yes, a unified planet. Which is big and important. They are a single planetary government. It's like half of this fuel is going to... Okay. Try and get it to plot this again and see if it does a better job. Much better. No, and then it's stuffed up. It was fine, and then suddenly it's 4,000. What we'll do is we'll ask it to plan it again once it slows down its warp, and it probably will fix itself. Question mark? Even if it is a bit clunky like this, it is still a lot better than having to do this all by eye. Which is the way that you had to do it when I last played. There was no built-in transfer computer calculator type thing. $70, $60, $50, $40, $30, $20, $10, $0. So let's say stop, stop, stop. Asked it to compute it again. There we go, and it's back to being sensible. Except that it's created two of these. No. No. Next maneuver. Add. Go. Okay. Speed up. Yeah, so it looks like you just compute it twice. You compute it once, warp to like a day or two ahead of where it says to do it, and then calculate it again, and it's all good. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. It's fine. And slow this right down so that we don't overshoot. Woo! Alright! We have a Eve encounter. Change to focus on Eve. Pretty please. Please. And then warp to approximately here. And now we find out if our communication system reaches this far. Oh, oh, oh. We're down to 1 bar of Wi-Fi. Nah, 0 bars of Wi-Fi. Not allowed. Okay, revert flight. We will do 8 transmitters on this thing as well. Instead of 2. Because they do add together. You have no idea how many transmitters I can afford. No, this is our best antenna. The other ones are like an order of magnitude smaller. 500,000, 500,000, 5 million. Never. We can brute force it, Super Cheese. With enough antennas, anything is possible. Reset this. How do I reset the fuselage thingy? Edit fairing. There we go. The remote BelCat. Technically it's the Mark III. Except that now BelCat is slightly too heavy, so we dial back 1 more pinch of fuel. And we say go. R&D is overrated. Yup. If you aren't winning with rock, you just need to use more rock. Not develop paper or scissors. More rock. Okay, split. Wait for those to not be technically a problem. Go. I don't want to kick over too much whilst we're still in the atmosphere. Boost. Okay, we can lose the fairing, it's just added weight. And power! Jeremy Clarkson School. School of Engineering. About there. Get those bits and bobs deployed. Tonight on Top Gear, Jeb jaunts his jewel in his jet, Bill builds a base on Bop, and Val visits Val. Spin round so that I can see and do the other ones. There we go. And then we do the other 8 once we've stack separated this from the big booster. Done. Go. Maximum power. Good enough. Right. There we go. Pretty much perfectly circular. Ask it to become... Actually, we'll do the others now because we did lose our comms partway through. So, you... No. You... You. Spin round, because I can't be bothered looking at it from the side with no sunlight. Okay. If that isn't enough to get us all the way, I'm sorry. But that's just too much to ask for beyond that. So it was this. Transfer to Eve. Go. And then we want alarm clock. Sure. Go. And this will probably stuff up. That's very trippy. Let's zoom out where it doesn't have such a hissy fit. This better be enough. But imagine how strong it needs to be to get all the way out to bloody Jupiter then. Yeah, but we worked out, Quintuple, that our answer to that is when it slows down like this, you manually slow it down, you kill this, you kill these, and you ask it to recompute, and it will do a reasonable enough job. Even if it thinks it's meant to be in a year, you can just do it now because this is when the last window was calculated to. We hope. We hope. Yeah, it was about 1,000 originally. It doesn't like something. What the heck was that? Let's have another look. Okay, we gotta wait till we hit about here. That's fine. So how can I warp to here? Warp to there, and then ask it to calculate it again. Okay, warp to there, and have a go at it. See if it behaves less stupidly. Yeah, 1 day and 1 hour. That is fine. It's not 800 years. Right? Careful that we don't hit the moon on the way out. We might actually with the current path. We're doing some gravity boost shenanigans. Alright, go. Woo. Really? Okay, we'll put in the work. Because that is not the orbit that we want to be in. Nope. In fact, that might be a ballistic straight into the moon orbit. Yeah, that was going to be a ballistic straight into the moon orbit. Yeah, no. Let's go back to that autosave. KSP is indeed a little drunk. Let's look at that again. Kill this. Please be more sensible. Thank you. Oh, no, the thing is that it auto went back to the moon. Okay. No. This. That's what will have happened. So it doesn't remember what you were calculating to. Maybe? We will see in a sec. Kind of, but not quite. And it's definitely going the wrong way. It's making the orbit bigger, not smaller. Give it one more go. Yeah, the manual. I mean, this is not inspiring confidence in this method. It looks like it's not freaked out this time, though. It just means a lot more waiting. Like, this number hasn't become 500 million. It is a bit more than that. It was before the pressing the button. 180, 170, 160, 150, 140, 130, 110, 100, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And time-o, slow down-o. Double check that absolutely everything is deployed. Yes. Look at that. That is not on the maneuver thing. Like, these no longer line up. Eve. If we ask it to, is it going to create it in 5 years? Three days? That's not that bad. I can live with 3 days. Is it actually 3 days though? Yes. I can live with that. And then it stuffs up again. What if we ask it to compute it one last time? Then it puts it a whole year away again. No, I'm not waiting another year, game. Where's the, like, just create intercept maneuver now? Do it for precisely now. Good enough. It might also have less trouble computing the intercept once we're, like, most of the way out. I mean, it should work from the get-go, to be clear. It's not really forgivable that it's stuffing up this much. Maybe there's some limits to its use, like you're only meant to use it if you're on a very nearly perfectly circular orbit above a certain height that I don't know about. And because we're violating sort of that, it chucks a bit of a hissy fit. I could believe that. Come on. Woo. That'll do. Let's get out into interplanetary space. Are we now about the sun? That looks like a yes. What if I now ask you to try and get to Eve? Wait a year. No, I think not. I'm not waiting a year. We've had enough of waiting a year. Come on, there's something there. Eh. Nah. Okay, well, let's wait till we get a bit closer. Boop. What if we wait till here and pull in the other side? It's very expensive. God, that is annoying. Oh, you're going to intercept Kerbal. Get over it. Come on. Good. Now it stops hassling me about intercepting Kerbal. There's something there. Except we're going to be too far behind. Which means that what we want to do is when we get here. No, because we want to be ahead of it and then slow down. So what we want to do is be like here and then slow down. Not good enough. Zero meters. You need zero, but I don't believe you. I do not for a second believe you. We'll warp to here and match incline first. Oh, and signals died. Yeah. We're just not allowed to do this. Game says no on a lot of levels. No comms, and the auto connects doesn't work. That is a little bit sad. And this is when we're relatively close to Earth, right? It's not like Earth is on the other side of its orbit from us. This is very, very, very close. Hmm. Well, we might look at where's the next transmitter then. Where's the next comms? Is it that one? Might also be these two. So what can we do for some cheap, easy points? We haven't done all of the new stuff on the old locations, so like we haven't done this here. This takes all of about a minute to do. And doesn't even cost any money. We can do the same thing with the ocean. And locally here, no, that's a lot more work than I think we need to do, Super Cheese. I really do think we grab that. We grab half a dozen of these. We grab a stack decoupler. We grab an itty bitty baby fuel tank. A baby engine. As long as it technically has above one thrust. Yep. We dump in a whole bunch of these. And we do some easy, lazy samples of in the air and in the water around Kerbal. And that will probably give us all we need. The Psi Farmer Mark 1. Make sure that it doesn't explode. Something like that. Go. Oh. Oh. Come on. I just want you to get over to the ocean. You're allowed to spin as long as you head towards the ocean. Oh, actually, I suppose you're allowed to be here as well. So you know what? Who needs that? This'll do. It's somewhere we haven't been. Goo. This. 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 Goo. Goo. Temperature. Pressure. Temperature. Pressure. Crew report. EVA. Done. Unmitigated success. Ignore the fact we didn't go to the ocean. A 100 extra science. Boom. That's halfway to what we need for this. Do the same, but actually get to the ocean this time. I will get our Eve. Go. Okay, no, we need some actual aero controls. I'm being too... There we go. These go. Now it won't be a problem. I think that'll do. Should get us out over the ocean. I'm very surprised that the rest of the rocket has stayed attached to us. Yeah, thank you. Speed up. Cut the middle one. 3 was excessive. Done. Come on, give me the control panel for that. And he can go for a swim. Good enough. Rescue you, rescue the vessel. That might just be enough. You're abandoned. But you are to be recovered and converted into science. Yeah, we could also try and go to the Arctic or the Highlands or one of the other zones here that we haven't done. Water and this is easiest and nearest. And it may have given us all we need. This thing is 2G instead of... How much is the previous one? $5M, so it's 4 times stronger. So if we had 8 of these, even 2 of these is equivalent. Nope, I do not know how to wait. And what about the next one? Because if... I don't really want to do 8 of those, though we could. Yeah, this is the one we want to get to. 300. Can we liquidate any of our existing resources for... No, because I think this is an ongoing thing rather than an instant transfer. Yeah. The only one that you can do immediately is the money one. Say we had our remote bell. How many of those could we actually chuck on it? I mean, technically that might work. So... I don't want you at all. You can go on the top surface. So can you. Spin you around. There. Can we brute force it? Like that. There is one way to find out. It doesn't look like it violates the fairing. So if we have 8 and they're 4 times stronger, before we had... So this should be... No, they were 5 times stronger, sorry. 5 times stronger, but we've got half as many. 2.5 times stronger? Boop. We've already got a, an in-space relay one. We're not going to build like a chain of them back. That's too much effort. I'm willing to have put one in orbit, and we've done that. If you look at our little guy here, Compath 1 is a version of that. We want these numbers to be about the same so that it doesn't... Really? So that it doesn't freak out. Boop. Dump you. Get our solar panel out. So we don't run out of juice while we're trying to drag it to point the right way. Yeah, we could also try and replace old one with new one, but we'll try this first. That looks good. Speed up. We'll try completely circularizing this time and see if it unstuffs up the auto calculator. So I do think that could have been part of why it was stuffing up, that we didn't have a circular enough base orbit. Such that after the... Yeah, that's going to have to be close enough. Now, I want you to go to here, work it out, deploy everything. Yeah, look, it didn't stuff up the number. Well, we set ourselves a goal, Goka, and we haven't quite met that goal. We set ourselves at 2 hours. Well, more like 2.5 hours. We set ourselves one more goal, and that final goal has proven to be a lot more difficult than I remember the game being. When I last played, there wasn't really this communications feature. We're trying to send a probe to equivalent Venus, because that's what Bell asked for. And so I've been scuppered by the requirement to do this now. Like, I put in, like, maybe another 20 hours. I played the game for another 20 hours when the game introduced this system. But the, like, 98% of my hours in the game would be before this was a thing. I don't particularly like it. I don't like the space tourism-y bit, and I don't like the testing parts bit. I like the classic science campaign. That is, as far as I'm concerned, peak Kerbal. You literally stopped playing it all before that hit? Okay, let's point where we're supposed to. Yeah, science salute. You always disable the parts testing stuff. If I knew it was a thing that I could do, I'd do it. Argy-barge. And the same with the tourism stuff. And then I might actually feel like playing through a campaign again. Our solution so far has just been to turn up the rewards from the normal stuff to make it possible to play through as if they aren't needed things. We're about to run out of big rocket energy. Come on, decouple. Maybe not quite that fast. Oh! Okay, success. Double check that everything is deployed. Everything looks deployed. So we say boost till approximately here. And we hope that our Wi-Fi stays. Please, Wi-Fi. Please, Wi-Fi, stay strong. Oh, we're looking okay so far. Where's my intercept gone? No, seriously, where has my intercept gone? Yeah, thank you. It's gone away. You monster. I don't want to miss it, so we're gonna just warp to just before it. Nine minutes. Two minutes. Okay. Next. Do we have enough to do multi-breaking? Like, can I go here, drag this in? Not really. I'll run out of fuel if I want to do that. So, instead, we see if I can't point myself at the planet some more. So I want to do something like that, but not quite that much. That's a good starting point. And we do still have Wi-Fi. I don't even really want that. Now I just want to watch this number. 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Woo! I forget how big this thing is in terms of its atmosphere. So we will make a save and see if this is close enough. I suspect that 20K is probably easily close enough. And so what I'm going to want to do is like boost to approximately there. And then summon in our solar panels. You reckon I'm a bit too close? Well, we could kick it out a little bit. $60? We're certainly not wanting for fuel. Let's kick it out to 60. Well, start at 45. There. New autosave. And once we're, say, here, retract that last solar panel. Otherwise, you're going to get destroyed. It's not a full save. Well, too hot. Too hot. Overheating. Okay. Close. Here. I think it was this one. Nope, it was the next one. Yeah, maybe 60 is a bit more reasonable. 40 was not enough. So we kick it out a little bit more. Let's try 60. Nope. Looks like we don't get to visit the planet. We can set up ourselves in an orbit then. Even that's too much. 80. 80 looks like it would be the go. Maybe even like 90. I'll try 90. Uh, 85. Well, now I'm almost at 90. I might as well do 90. There. Nah. 90 is too much. $85. Whew. Well, I was hoping to aero brake rather than use all my fuel up, and then see if we can drop the probe all the way in. Go. Not even... Okay. We're not allowed. Fine. We'll just brake the manual way. Big mean planet. So that way a little bit. And then we break once we're just a little bit past there. Something like that. Let's try that. Well, I don't remember it being this violent. But I suppose I did also used to play back before all the, like, heat dissipator tiles and things were a thing as well. It was probably a lot more forgiving on the, It was probably a lot more forgiving on the... Oh no, I'm behind the planet. No. Our line of sight to Kerbal has been terminated. Come on. There we go. Maximum break. And I suppose I want more that way as well. It doesn't look like we're going to succeed. Well, let's just get what science we can and transmit it then. Go! Actually, in that case, we'll go back to the other one and make it a full flyby. And take everything while we do it as close as we can. Except that we keep in mind that I have to still have my comm link. So, probably about here. And get these ones. Space near, space near. Space near. Space near. 2 of each. And I guess we'll use you here as well. Space near. And then we live with the fact that we briefly lose our communications. Oh, I hadn't re-pushed us out. Yep, fine, 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 fine. Push it out a little bit more. 12. So it was what, 90? We needed 90 to not hit the atmosphere cataclysmically. Wrong way. There, that won't hit the atmosphere cataclysmically. Boost to about there. No, that's enough. Want 2 of each. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. And the science thing. Material study. Okay, wait till we get back to where we can talk to Earth. Well, Kerbal. Good. Then do the high above the one. 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 There's got to be one that I haven't done. There we go. Give us all our solar panels back and go nuts transmitting this data back to Earth. Now, how do you do transmit all again? I think it's here, transmit, and then let's watch our battery disappear. And now we have to wait for the solar panels to slowly refill it, and then it sends it again and again and again and again and again and again. So you might as well just speed up. And this is what I said earlier, where you just massively overbuild the solar panels and batteries on something so that you have the convenience of not having to wait for that crap. Maybe do them one thing at a time then. Okay, so we should have gotten a bigger battery as well. Ah, this is new. Okay, require complete, require complete, require complete. Require complete. Require complete. Require complete. Let's see how this goes. Okay, what if I say transmit now? Yeah, this is what I'm used to it doing, where it just slowly but surely transmits more and more and more and more. And we're done. All done. Okay. Back to the space station, see how much science we made. And declare that the end. $600. Enough, oddly enough, for the next kind of antenna. Backfill some of this. Go check out just how much better the new antenna is than the one we were using. So instead of needing 8 of them, we would have needed... this one. 15 instead of 5. So it is not just 10 times better, it is 30 times better. Each one of these is 30 of this. This boy is 30 of this boy. Just a little bit of a difference. It does, however, need like 3 times as much power. Anyway, thank you, Bell. I do love Kerbal. I don't like the space tourism and the testing the parts bits, but the other bits of Kerbal I do love. It is lovely to have an excuse to have revisited this and to get to show you what the game is all about. We'll bring up our hero image for the run, which is this. Boop. Save to desktop. Bell the astronaut. And then instead of that, Bell the astronaut. And that is our hero image for this run. In under 2 hours, getting Bell to land on the moon from nothing. Well done, Bell. Valiant explorer. Okay. Dictator stream done. Cheers, everyone. Thank you.